Okay. All right. Today we have a decision to make, just like we do every day. And that's who we're going to play. Yesterday, I actually made it through 4. Emma was the last one. If I need to know exactly who I went through, I'll just go to my YouTube channel, because I post them in the title of my YouTube videos when I post them upward. So we did Emma. I did post a bug in the bug reports to see if it's a bug that we have to leave this power on our power bar, because every time you take it off, you lose the summons, and then boom, he's back again.
No right to exist.
Then he's back again. And that's the first time I realized that the summons keeps his same dialogue. That you have no right to exist was because he's a purifier. So that surprised me. All right. So who do we want to go with today? Still can't do Cable because he's on the list of attributes changing. Could do a hybrid like Gambit. We could try Iron Fist, since he has a Netflix show coming out soon. This is the hardest part of the day, deciding who to play next. Because we'll be spending the next approximately 2 hours with this character, trying to relearn them. And okay, Iron Fist. Let's try Iron Fist. This might be interesting. Well, you know, I could try someone that I didn't really like and see if they've changed. Who would that be? That's Juggernaut. These 4. Surfer. Taskmaster. Wolverine. So there's 8 characters that I didn't particularly like. So you can see I didn't really play them much. No, let's stick with Iron Fist for now. He's got Netflix coming up.
I wondered if you wandered from your path.
I'm wearing his immortal weapon costume with no mask. His Fist, Iron Fist. The costumes where he's got the Count Dracula things on his collar or a mask on, I don't particularly care too much about. That's why I'm playing this no mask variant. Yeah, don't particularly care about
I am the Iron Fist.
the body paint either,
Whatever means necessary to protect my world.
which is what I call it. I call it body paint because, yeah, men in tights. Okay, so
Somebody need a hero for hire?
so there we go. He's got his nice pajama bottoms on, or what are they called? The uniform is called a gi. I used to have white one, I had a black one, and I had a nice silver one with black stripes. So that's just the pants part of the gi that he's wearing. Let's see what his attributes are. Strength and fighting. We had somebody else yesterday that was strength and fighting. If I could remember who all we played yesterday. Look at his damage reduction. You seeing this? His damage reduction. Where is that coming from? He does not have a Perseus. I don't know a lot about Iron Fist. Did I see him in an animated? I think I saw him and Luke Cage and Jessica Jones and in an animated thing. I think he was punching through walls and stuff, but I don't remember him being having skin like Luke Cage. So where is this coming from? Is that some kind of a... Well, I know because he's melee, he gets the 8% inherently. In other words, there's no punch somebody and gain 8%. He gets it inherently. But when we looked at X-23, she also got it inherently. And we've already worked with her, and she's only 51. And that's after we spent some time, and she's durability based, which amplifies defense. We spent some time working with her, getting her durability up. Let me go look at his health. Maybe his health was low. Something is pushing him 5% beyond X-23, and we haven't even worked him yet, and we did her, and I can't get comfortable. So, all right, he's strength fighting based. So this works. So this works just fine. He is physical. Well, he's physical and mental. He's a hybrid. Physical damage. And a lot of this is grayed out, so a lot of these may not exist anymore. Fury of 5 forces, it still works. Tiger Scratch is still there. Fury of 500, it's still there. Not sure why all these are This is why they're grayed out, I guess. You have to do this before you can do these. Chi Burst is still there. Okay, so all his powers that I used to use are still there. And I'm at physical, 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 mental, mental, physical. So I had his, we'll see. We may change this out, we may not. Durability and strength. He's not durability based, so we'll definitely change that one out. He's a Black Cat medallion. He's not intelligence, but there's some mental damage. So I had given him 1 physical damage and 1 mental damage at just damage adder to 1 type. And this is all intelligence. This still works for him because he's all melee. Plus that's pretty cool that he takes 3% less damage from area or range. But I know that does not show up in his damage reduction. Oh, it did show up in his damage reduction. Oh, because it's got the 800 defense. The Uru the Uru is 800 defense. That's what I put on all my characters. That gives him 2% damage resistance. But that still doesn't account for the... See, he doesn't even have the defense relic. So, strength, fighting, those both work for him. So we might as well let him keep this one. Durability doesn't do anything for him, but give him a tiny bit more defense. If you take this off, it should not affect his damage reduction. And it does not. But it gives him his 1 to strength and 1 to fighting. So this is a good ring for him. Excalibur, 1500 defense. Okay. There's 4% defense. Right there. 4% damage reduction, I mean. So that accounts for 4%. The fact that he has Excalibur instead of Savage Axe. But this gives him 1500 damage to melee, 750 critical hit, and 300 health on hit, plus the 4% damage reduction. That's something all my straight meleeers might use if they don't use a Perseus to try to survive. But then again, I don't play melee characters that often.
Breathe. Patience. It will come.
I'm not comfortable in this game in melee. Or any game, not just this game. I'm just a stand back and assess what's going on type of person. And I don't mean I just stand back and watch. I'm doing my rotation, but I like to be able to see that, okay, we've got a situation. Crossbones is joining from the next block to my right. Or, something to that effect. Whereas when you're in melee, oh, Crossbones just cleaned my clock. I didn't even know he was here. So that's why I like playing at range. I still like to know where all this defense is coming from. Oh, wow. He's got 3 speed. 3 speed on his core. I really need to spend some time one day farming cores. That would have been yesterday because of Midtown Madness. I don't know. That's somewhere down the road. If I go through 4 characters per day, then yeah, I'm still weeks away from actually playing the game much, besides trying to figure out the characters. But this core will have to go at some point in the future, because speed does nothing for him. He's strength and fighting. When you hit, you get all this stuff. Crit and attack speed. When you use your signature power, gain +5 to all attributes for 6 seconds. How often can he use his? Wait a minute. Think about that. There are some characters in this game that can use their signature pretty often. No, Rogue was down to 23 seconds. Yeah, but you only benefit from 2 of these attributes, really. The others give you a little bit of assist. But getting +5 would be, so 5 and 5 is 10. It's a 40% base damage boost for 6 seconds every time you use your signature power. No, it's got a 1 minute cooldown. I keep forgetting to look at those 1 minute cooldowns. So it's 40% to base damage plus the other few things you get from the attributes for 6 seconds once a minute. So if you average that out, that's about 4% base damage over the whole, continuously. All right. His pet is fighting while moving, gains 6% base damage. Yeah, I don't remember him having any movements in his build. So you would have to dash every 5 seconds to take advantage of this. So we need to find him a different pet. Fighting. I've got so many fighting pets. Strength is deflect. Fighting is critical rating multiplier. So let's find him a fighting pet. Oh, they're in my over here. When you critically hit, gain range damage. That's not very beneficial. While moving, gain 4% critical damage rating and 4 attack speed on hit for 12 seconds. The purple one needs to go, but everything else is okay. The 2% base damage to ranged, excuse me, is really of no benefit.
Just let me know what you need.
Oh yeah, these were gone yesterday. Wonder if they're back. No, they've temporarily removed those from the game because of a bug. Excuse me, hiccups. Let's fix that real quick. Sorry about that. I was holding my breath for a long, long time. Well, not really a long, long time, but I was holding my breath so I wouldn't have any more hiccups. It usually kills them right away. I'm going to go get my water. I'll be right back. All right. Every morning, I've got the little stuff in my throat. I guess that's normal. All right. So, we still haven't determined exactly how he's ended up with this much damage reduction. We know this gave him 4%. And we know he gets 8% inherently. So 8 plus 4 is 12. 56 minus 12 is 42. So he has a 42, which is still a good 9 damage resistance above just about all the other characters that we've started with. And it wasn't in any of this. It's got good rolls on his stuff. There's no defense. All right. And it wasn't in his ring. It's got to be something that they gave him on his gear. And if they gave this to him on his gear, well, it could also be in a trait. He is strength in fighting with a plus 5% brutal strike. That's his base trait. Powers fully restore your chi and cause you to enter a stance. Chi does not naturally regenerate. Health on hit is his trait. He's a defense dodge. He doesn't have any more defense dodge than anybody else. So no, there's nothing here. Okay, then they have put it in his gear. And if they did, I applaud them. But I ask, why didn't they do this with the other melee characters? Let's look. Let's hold this thing in. I'm short on strength, but I got a good fighting roll. There's nothing here that gives him, and even his damage reduction is low. He could have a 0.5% more there. This damage reduction is low. If you fall below 50% health, you get a bunch of defense and damage reduction. His fighting's low here. His strength was 2 out of 4. Now his fighting is 1 out of 3. But there's nothing there that gives him a big bunch of defense or damage reduction or strength is bad as a bottom roll there. There's a little dodge. So that's the first stat we've seen beyond a normal damage reduction. So he gets 477 dodge. Whoopee. Let's see how much this 477 dodge affects his damage reduction. 6%? Oh, I'm sorry. I freaked out. I forgot about the 5.7 at the top. So that little bit of dodge, I guess, gave him 0.3% of damage reduction, or 0.2, or it may have rounded up. It may have been negligible. That freaked me out for a minute. I thought 6% from that dodge. No, it wasn't the dodge. There's 205 deflect rating. So that shouldn't be, that wouldn't affect his damage reduction very much. And there's nothing here at all. So they must have inherently just gave him bigger damage reduction numbers. 5.5 and 5.2 is 10.7. 16.4.
Sometimes
23.
is all I need to quiet the storm within me.
No, just 23. Even naked, he has 30% damage reduction. Now we know this gives him 4. And we know this gives him 2. Well, 3. $277 dodge. Look at that. Why did they do that? That's pretty amazing. 23% naked. Now I know this isn't an apples to apples comparison with X23 because she's got healing factor. And so she shouldn't have as much damage resistance. Look how much lower she already is. She starts at 12 and he starts at 23. She's a defense dodge.
I've been in Destiny enough times to know that I command my own.
He's defense dodge. Now add 8% to her 12. She's at 20. No. I'm sorry. Take the 8% away from her. She's at 4. Take the 8% away from him. Then he's at 23 minus 8, 15. So he still starts with 11% more damage reduction than she does. Now granted, she's a teenage girl that has no Luke Cage skin, but he's a young male. I don't know if there's anything in his background history that gives him tougher skin than usual. or maybe something in the magic of martial arts that gives him the ability to brush off damage more easily than somebody like X23. But he already starts with 11% advantage of damage reduction before we even start giving him gear.
Behold the power of chi.
So it's just strange in my head of why they did that when there's really no indication of anything saying why. You know, if one of his traits was incredible ability to brush off pain plus 10% damage reduction. But, okay, let's move on. I can sit there and scratch my head all day long trying to figure out where that extra 11% damage reduction, and that just doesn't get us anywhere. So let's try to come up with a rotation. I'm guessing everything's going to work the way it used to. All right, there's a basic. The damage goes up as your chi goes down. That's interesting. His dash. It has a knockdown. I guess if you're max... Okay. I understand every part of this. Removes crowd control. Does physical damage. Knocks down. Has a cooldown. Charges. It's just like everybody else. It's these last two pieces. Chi Burst is this power. What's it got to do with his dash? I guess his dash automatically sets off a Chi Burst. Nope. I need some chi, which is this. Now let me do it. Ah! When you've got chi, it does execute a chi burst when you dash. It does the chi burst right where you are, and then you dash away. That's unique. Seven armies sundered. If you're in leopard stance, if you're in dragon stance, and you get invulnerability. You know, I was playing Tiger. Single Tiger. Because invulnerability was no big deal before the update. You just popped your med kit. But this gives you invulnerability when you're in leopard stance, or while this power is active. Doesn't matter if you're in leopard or dragon. I guess it doesn't matter if you're in any stance. If you're in leopard or dragon, it gives you those additional benefits. If you're not in leopard or dragon, you could just use it as a invulnerability once every 8 seconds. If you needed extra protection. It strikes 3 additional times. I wonder if the invulnerability lasts twice as long if you're in leopard stance. Where's leopard stance? I don't want to Alright. Right now I am not in leopard stance. Okay, the invulnerability is pretty short. I switch to leopard stance. Oops, I hit the wrong button. I thought, what? You get longer invulnerability. So that's pretty cool. Good Fortune Thunder Kick. While in Tiger, reduce the cooldown of other stance openers. It's on my bar.
Show me where to unleash the fury.
Oh, you have to have a target. I took my eye off the bar. I didn't see if it actually lowered the cooldown of Tiger. Yes. So that lowered the cooldown of Tiger stance by 2 seconds. So it says other. It says reduce the cooldown of other stance opener powers. It should have said all stance opener powers. Because it also reduced Tiger stance by 2. Fury of 500 Fist while in Tiger stance. It does extra physical damage. In Leopard, it triggers a Leopard Strike. Oh, over here in Crane, it does mental damage. If you're in Crane stance. See, right now it's physical. Right here it's physical damage. It does more, it adds mental damage if you're in Crane stance. So I've got this one in my rotation because of the fact that it's a leopard stance, a tiger stance power. And it does a damage reduction 50% while the power is active. Oops. I hate when I do that. What power was there? I just lost it. Okay. It also requires a target. It says dodge and weave while delivering a flurry of punches. But it actually throws you behind. Dodge and weave while delivering a flurry of punches at enemies in front of you, just like you taught Luke Cage to do. But it's not tagged with a movement, but it does move you.
But it is forbidden.
That's one of those powers that you're behind. Well, start to say you're behind one of the bosses that charge, and you accidentally hit this power and throw yourself into his path. Well, I found out yesterday that even if you're behind Kingpin when he charges, he runs over you. Unless I accidentally tapped a power that threw me in front of him. I think I was on X23, so that's very possible. I may have thrown myself in front of him accidentally because I had a power on my bar that caused me to move from one side of him to the other. That's possible. I may have to experiment with Kingpin again later. Stand behind him when he charges and see what happens. Because that confused me yesterday when I was fighting behind him and he ran the opposite direction, but he still ran over me. All right, Fury of Five Forces. That was my chi spender before the update. Damage bonus while any stance opener is on cooldown, which I always had a stance opener on cooldown. And it applies vulnerability too. Meditation is channeled. I don't even have it on my bar. I probably had it on my second bar. Possibly. It's channeled. You can meditate, recover some health, and some massive damage reduction while it's active. The signature, I think it's the same. While in Tiger stance, always deals a critical hit. That's why I was using Tiger stance. I just liked Tiger stance. So I don't think this has changed. It does physical and mental damage. You could use it in Dragon stance to gain some invulnerability. What's the cooldown on it? 40-second cooldown. Fighting Focus. There's the crane kick. So that's where you enter crane stance. There's the chi burst. Or key, or whatever you want to call it. However you want to call it. There's the leopard stance. The buff on this is health on hit if you're in crane. Buff on this is when you hit with a melee power, it executes a leopard strike. Tiger Scratch, which is the stance that I've been using before the update, you get 101 critical hit rating added. So you get more crit by being a Tiger. Dragon Tail, your effect is dodge. So Crane gives you health on hit. Dragon gives you dodge. Leopard gives you a strike, so added damage. Tiger gives you added crit. And Serpent gives you a dot. Poison. Serpent gives you a poison. I call it poison, it's venom. But if you're in Serpent, you get an added damage layer of a dot.
I outlasted the six-clawed dragon. I wait this out.
Black poison touch. If you're in Serpent, it gives you an area dot. If you're in Crane, it gives you health regen. Chi Blast or Key Blast is just a stun. If you're in Dragon, enemies take 10.4% more damage from your attacks for 10 seconds. If you're in Serpent, the power deals 200% bonus damage. So if you're in serpent stance, you get a bigger ki blast, much bigger. There's no cooldown on this power. 16 to 23, 9 to 13. Key cost 125, 50. Well, there's a basic now. Okay. So this is what he's got. Let's see what the talents point us towards. Before the update, you had single stance, dual stance, and whatever stance you wanted. At any time you wanted. That was kind of the ways to play him. Let's see what they're pushing us towards now. Stance opener plus 100% damage. Okay. Increase the buff effects of stance powers by 100%. So I could double my crit on Tiger Stance. Double my health on hit in Crane. Double the Leopard Strike. Double the dodge. Double the damage over time, Venom. All this does is double the initial damage hit. So, yeah. Stance opener. Powers have 50% lower cooldowns. So I could get this back every 8 seconds. Excuse me, every 8 seconds. That would put me on an 8-second rotation instead of a 16-second rotation. But all that ends up doing is, you restore your chi twice as fast. You'll be doing twice as much damage across 16 seconds. You get your ki restored twice. Why would anybody ever take this one? But share a cooldown with other stance openers. Guess if you're using multiple stances. Well, still, I guess right now, if you hit a stance, you could change a stance anytime you want. If you're using this talent, then you can only change stances every 8 seconds. So somebody using multiple stances wouldn't like this one. Somebody like me who uses a single stance, this one is way better than that one. If you're using multiple stances, this one is better. If you ask me, this one's probably better than all of them. This one I like personally because I like 8-second rotations. The 16-second rotation was not a big deal. I just tried to hit that power as I did my rotation and just nothing happened because it was still on cooldown. So this one still might be the best by far. What are the cooldowns on these others? 4 seconds. 4 seconds. No cooldown on Chi Burst. So yeah, this was the one I would use to clear non-boss mobs. Because you could just boom, 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 boom. Okay, so this one's doubling my crit for Tiger Scratch. So it's doubling my buff. Twice the crit. Powers deal 100% more damage if you are in one of their stances. Okay. So this is good for a single stance person. So I've got Tiger Stance here. This is Tiger Stance related power. Tiger Stance related power. So there's only 2 Tiger Stance related powers, I guess. There's 1, 2. Of course, the signature. So yeah. So it's these 2 powers. So they'll do double damage now, because I'm always in Tiger Stance. Kinloon Strike and Fury of 5 Forces bonus damage increased by 100%. So I could make my Key Spender do double damage. And the Kinloon Strike, which is... Oh, it's the basic. Which I don't know if I need to use yet or not. Won't know till I work on the rotation. Right now, this is going to double the damage of these 2 powers. This would double the damage of this power. It just depends on how much time I have to spend doing this power. But these are 4-second cooldowns. Yeah, that's one for the theory crafters. Stance combo powers also trigger a Chi Burst. Yeah. I like my 3rd power to be my AoE clear power. So I'm surprised I had that in this location. Because this one's not an area power.
The real fight takes place between your ears.
But what this would do is execute a Ki Burst every time I hit this power and this power. So my rotation starts with this guy, and then I hit this guy, but it also performs a Chi Burst, and then I hit this power, which is a Ki Burst, and then I hit this power, which also executes a Ki Burst. So it would just go burst, 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 automatically. Automagically. That's what this power does. it just throws key bursts into these guys. But this one doubles the damage of these two guys. And doubling the damage of these does more damage than a key burst. A chi burst, key burst. So I don't know why anybody would ever use this. Well, key burst is AoE, and these are single target. So if you know you need lots of AoE, well, I would just be spamming this guy if I'm in an AoE environment. So yeah, I don't know why anybody would ever use this power. Ever. Makes no sense. Now I guess if somebody's using the four stances, which I don't know if you can still do since your power bar is so small now. And it only does it with stance combos. So if you had the 4 stances, you only have 2 stance combos. If you had 2 stances, you could have 4 yeah. Yeah, I don't think anybody would ever use this. Ever. Okay. Let's move on. Actually, if you'll give me 90 seconds, stretch my legs, and I'll be right back. I didn't mean to. We can be right back. All right. If you're wondering what this is I'm wearing, it's a Nashville Predators hockey jersey. That picture up there on the wall behind me is Nashville, or Music City, USA. I used to live near Nashville. Used to live in Nashville. No, I tolerate country music. Not a big fan. Some of it's okay, I guess. All right. The blended styles. Stance passive effects persist for up to 8 seconds after charging stances, allowing both effects to remain effective. Okay, for people who use a dual stance, this is their talent. This is what gives you the dual stance. So that when you switch, if you go one stance and then immediately into the next, both the bonuses from both stances, you have both. So you can have added crit and added damage over time simultaneously. You can have, that's the crit, added crit and added leopard strikes. I guess you understand what I'm saying. Added crit and added dodge simultaneously if you use this talent, because you can hit one stance, hit the other, and they both still give you 8 seconds of their buff. Or, well, you wouldn't want to use this if you're changing stances every 8 seconds. This is only if you want to have 2 stances active simultaneously. Rolling Thunder. Stance opener powers grant a stack of mastery, increasing the power of the passive effect of that stance by 20%, and it stacks up to 5 times. Stance opener powers. That's these guys. Stacks it. So if you're one of the people who likes to have only stances on your power bar and use a rotation of leopard, crane, dragon, serpent, tiger, leopard, crane, tiger, leopard. If you like to play with all 5 of the stances, then you can stack this mastery. %. So you can double the passive effect of that stance by 20%. And then the mastery resets if you use a different stance opener. Okay, I'm confused. Stance opener. You get 1 stack of mastery. Okay, so if you stay with the same stance, then it goes up to a second one. So I guess this is something somebody like me who likes a single stance would use, because the first time I use it, I get a stack of mastery. Second time I use it, I get a second stack of mastery. And by the time I get up to the 5th time I use it, then I'm up to 100% mastery. And as long as I never use another stance opener, which I don't because I only have the one on my bar, I keep my 100% mastery, which doubles the effect, increases the power of my passive effect. So this gives me the double crit like this one did. So I could use this to double my crit, and I don't know if that actually doubles my crit a second time. But no easy way to see that. My base crit is 40. Now it's 41.9.
This is more boring than a staff meeting at Rancor.
Now it's 42.8. You get the idea. As the fight goes on and on and on, my crit's going to go up and up and up. I'm getting what, 0.8 each time? So that would put me at 44.4 on the next one. I'm getting a little more than 0.8. And then the next one should put me at 45.4. And then that's the max. It'll never go up again.
Stance of the tiger.
45.3. And it'll stay there. I don't know that it ever goes away until I hit 45.3. Back to 39. 45.3. That's 6% crit. That one talent gives somebody like me who plays one stance 6% crit. If your stance is Tiger. Now if your stance is, start at the bottom, Crane, then it gives you a whole lot of health on hit. Your health on hit will keep going up and up and up, and then it'll stay there. Your leopard strike damage will go up and up and up. I'm guessing. Dragon tail will give you more dodge. The more you're in the fight, the more you dodge. And your venom, your damage over time will go up and up and up. That's pretty crazy. Now if you had the 8-second cooldown, then you can get your burst up quicker, but all I have to do is, I don't even have to go fight to get my crit up 6%. I just stand here for 16 seconds times 5 for about a minute, give myself 6% crit, and then go out into the world and start destroying. So that's interesting. When you use a stance opener power, which we all will do, gain a stack of radiance, stacking up to 4 times. Stacks are lost if you use a combo power. When you reach for, so this would be for the person who likes to put all the stance openers on their bar and just use stance openers. So, and it stacks up to 4 times. But you can never use a stance combo power. When you reach 4 radiant stacks, they are consumed to reduce the cooldown of stance opener powers, and like unto irons by 5 seconds, and cause the next like unto iron to trigger the bonus effect of all 5 stances. Like unto iron. Like unto iron. Oh, the signature, duh. Alright, let's read that again. Use a stance opener, gain a stack of radiance, stacks up to 4 times as long as you never hit a stance combo. When you get 4 radiance, they are consumed to reduce the cooldown of stance opener powers, and like unto irons, cooldown by 5 seconds, and cause the next like unto iron to trigger the bonus effect of all the stances. So you can reduce this by 5 seconds, the cooldown, and then when you trigger this, you can get your extra crit, your extra life on hit, your extra dodge, your tiger strike, and your dot, your poison, your venom, all activate simultaneously when you hit this power. If you do this. But stacks are lost if you use a combo power. So you can't use these combo powers. So you'd have to build a rotation around stances and non-combo powers. Yeah, I don't know about that one. I like this one. I like the extra 6% crit on my tiger stance. Flow like the river. Flow like a river. Powers grant a stack of flow when used in an associated stance, stacking up to 5 times. Okay, since I'm using one stance, I use tiger, and then I've got 2 powers that are associated with tiger stance. There's this one, tiger stance, tiger stance. So when I use those 2 powers, I get 2 stacks. On my second rotation, I'd get 2 more stacks. On my third rotation, I'd get the 5th stack. And now I have increased attack and movement speed, increased dodge for 10 seconds. And then I guess it starts over again. As I'm continuing through my rotation, after I've hit this power, this power, this power, this power, and then this power, I get the 5 for 10 seconds. I get the thing. And then it goes on cooldown. There it is. Then it goes on. Oh no, it lasts 10 seconds. It doesn't say it goes on cooldown. So while it's going for 10 seconds, I'm already into my next rotation, and I'm doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it triggers again for 10 seconds. And then I'm doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it triggers again for 10 seconds. So it sounds decent. Ripple on the pond. Stance opener powers also trigger a key burst. So you could set up talents that just about everything you push on your bar triggers a key burst. So the whole time you're going through your rotations and changing stances and clicking powers, combo powers, you're going boom, 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 boom. So yeah, I don't see that being that exciting when there's other things that are better. Fury of 500 Fists, Good Fortune Thunder Kick, and Black Poison Touch. That's Fury, Black, and Good Fortune Thunder Kick. This and this, which are both Tiger stance powers. Good Fortune, Fury, and this one, Black Poison Touch. Deal 500% more damage and have 100% longer cooldowns. So that puts them in an 8-second cooldown instead of 4 seconds. But increases their damage by 500%. I like the sound of that better than I like this a little more attack and movement speed and dodge for 10 seconds every now and then. This basically just took my two Tiger Stance powers and multiplied their damage by 500%. And I don't care that they went from 4-second cooldowns to 8-second cooldowns. Who cares? Wowzers. I like that. That is good for us Tiger Stance people. And I guess good for the Tiger Serpents or Tiger Cranes, because it does the same thing to this power. Tiger Cranes. A Tiger Crane would want these 3 powers. The people who like Tiger Crane, there you go. And people like me who are just Tiger, or people who are just Crane, people who are just Crane, these 2 powers. So that's a Tiger Crane power adder. Meditation transforms into Ki Surge. I don't have a room on my power board for power bar for meditation unless I remove something like Ki Burst. Meditation transforms into I could take something like Ki Blast off I could take the stun off my bar and put in meditation, because I don't use Dragon or Serpent Stance. So I could keep meditation. But until I go through my rotation, I don't know if I'm going to have to use a base. Well, I shouldn't. I can every 16 seconds I get all of this back. I just don't know how fast I burn through this. If I burn through this too fast, you can always get it back every 8 seconds. I could always get this back every 8 seconds if I wanted to. I just wouldn't get my 6% crit anymore. It'd be half that. It'd be 3% crit, I guess. Meditation transforms into Ki Surge. It does not generate health, but it refreshes all cooldowns. So yeah, that's not for me. Well, it would refresh all your cooldowns and you could just instantly do them all again. So that's not that big a deal. Meditation transforms into Crimson Hammer. It doesn't generate health, but increases crit and brute and damage. And like unto iron, triggers Crimson Hammer. That one's nice. Except you lose your regenerate health. Is this interruptible? Health regen while you're active. I don't know if it's interruptible or not, but you do get 75% damage reduction while you're doing it. So unless somebody stuns you or something. And then meditation transforms into Balance of Ki, and it grants invulnerability and extends the healing effects to all nearby allies. So this would remove the chance to even get stunned, and now you've become a support player. Not only are you healing yourself and unable to be prevented from doing so, you are now healing everybody around you. I like support powers. Invulnerable while channeling. 20% of max health per second. Okay, I think they reduced the amount of health. Yeah, it went from 35 to 20. But it's spreading to everybody around you. And you're invulnerable. You cannot be. See, its key costs 200 per second. So you'd still have to have the key to be able to do it. But it didn't change. It's still 200 per second. So, yeah. Like I said, the health regen's slower. Solo, you'd want to turn this off. But if you're raiding with friends or partying with friends or something.
I've been trained in the art of waiting.
If you're doing a lot of patrol zones, you can stop right in the middle of a battle. You're invulnerable. I wonder if it even a juggy charge or a rhino charge can't do anything to you. You're immovable. That would be wild if a Iron Fist was doing his little meditation right in the middle of this huge fight and Juggy Charge runs into him and just goes doo. I guess it would just push you out of the way. I don't know. All right. Well, those are the talents. I should still have my extra 6% crit because I haven't hit another stance. No, I did change the stance and I never did bring it back up again. But that's okay. Let's wipe it clean again. All right. I just have to remember that it's there, that I can always pump up my crit by 6% before I go out and venture into the world. It's cool. The Flaming Fist is cool. Okay, I need another couple minutes or so, and then I'll be right back, and we'll finish gearing this guy up and go out and see if I've created a monster or a marshmallow. This still amazes me, and I have not got any artifacts yet. The fact that they gave him so much naked damage reduction. And I'll be right back. All right. While I was away, I was thinking about naked damage reduction and was trying to think of all the characters in the game and thinking, all right, who in the game should have the highest naked damage reduction? And the first person that came to my mind was Luke Cage. Let's see if Luke Cage surpasses Iron Fist's 23%. Luke Cage is... If Iron Fist has more naked damage reduction than Luke Cage, then somebody, some designer doesn't know who Luke Cage is. Oh man, we're already lower than X-23. Luke Cage's naked damage reduction is 1% lower than X-23. And Iron Fist is 12% higher than Luke Cage. Somebody's made a mistake somewhere. Look at that. Luke Cage's naked damage reduction is 11%. Okay, wait. He gets 8%. He's probably a hybrid. Nope. That's with his built-in 8%. He is 1% less damage reduction than X-23. Somebody messed up. Now, he may be capable of accumulating more, but this number is 11 with him naked. X-23 was 12. Iron Fist was 23. Naked. Make sure he's completely naked. And that just doesn't sound right in my tiny brain. So that's something I want to try to remember to ask on the forums. Ask the developers. Why is Luke Cage's naked damage reduction 11%, X-23's 12%, and Iron Fist's is 23%? Why is that? Makes no sense to me. I'm not going to complain though if Iron Fist has Luke Cage's
I carry the mantle of the Iron Fist.
invulnerable skin. He got Luke Cage's skin for some reason in this game. I've got no problem with that. Let me make sure our Iron Fist wasn't on this list. On my... I don't think I remember him being on the list. And the list I'm talking about is this list. Iron Fist is not on this list. So, I don't know if I'll remember to ask that question later, but I definitely want to. Let's unbind all this stuff. I haven't got to go through his rotation, but let's go ahead and get this unbound because I can't use these. These maybe. I'll wait on those two, but I can unbind these two.
Master yourself, and you shall master your enemies.
We'll wait and see if I want to use those or not later. I definitely need these blessings. Alright, let's go see how the rotation feels.
I can't focus my chi. But it is forbidden.
Okay, I've got a little bit of time there that I can't do anything. So I'm not generating. In other words,
Tiger stance.
okay, I don't have to do the key burn. Why am I not attacking? What's going on? Alright. Let's clear all this again. Okay, we're back to 0. Now, I can't do anything until I do my stance. Why did it... Oh. I hate powers that move my position. It screws up everything. I have to move my pointer back. I guess as long as I... At least I'm never running out of ki now. Just by switching to this talent. Stance opener powers have 50% lower cooldowns. So basically I don't have to worry about running out of ki anymore. But I lose that 100% buff. So I cut my crit, my added crit, in half. So I might could find something that helps with ki so that I can keep this guy here. Oh, and I can stay back here. I am strength fighting. So I can subtract my ki cost. Increase my ki. What does this do? This restores all ki. What does this do with ki? Ki cost reduction affixes reduce this power's cooldown. What? Let's see if that's true. If I max this guy out, Key cost reduction affixes. Reduce this power's cooldown instead of reducing key costs. But the cooldown still says 40 seconds. Cooldown reduction is 28.1%. Use the power of the Iron Fist to put down a single foe with a punch that could level mountains, causing ki to radiate out and deal damage to other enemies in front of you. This punch is modified based on your currently active stance. I use Tiger Stance. Always deals a critical hit. Cooldown 40 seconds. Cooldown reduction 28.1%. Key cost reduction affixes. Reduce this power's cooldown. So is it really 40 seconds? Bam! Ha! 28 seconds. 28 seconds. It's a 28-second cooldown. Or 29, something like that. Whatever 28% off of 40 seconds is. It was not a 40-second cooldown. It was under 30-second cooldown. Oh, I don't need to leave. I can stay here. Okay. And that should have helped with my key cost too. And then let's add the rest over here. Let's test it out. Let's go all the way down to 0. Boom! Stance. Oh. Let's do this guy. Come on. Okay, I still ran out of... But just barely. I can fix that with artifacts. Quit running away. You can do everything here for now. Alright. Strength. Yes, that's one of mine. Strength and fighting, right? Strength and fighting. What are we giving up? Signature powers. So, give me all the strength and put the rest into my signature. Energy. Health on hit. Critical hit chance. Yes, sir. Reebie. Put the rest over here. Fighting, yes please. What am I giving up? Team up. Health. Brutal strike. Okay, we'll see. Durability. So I can work on area powers. Key burst is an area power. This guy's an area power. That's it. Just chi burst and like unto iron. So, do we want to toughen this guy up even more? What would be the most benefit? We are defense, of course. Though dodge wouldn't hurt. But I think, see, we were at 56% damage reduction. Let's put it here where I can see 56. Let's see what Let's do it here first. See what deflect does. Gave us 1. See what dodge does. It gave us 2. See, 56 is my base. Don't forget that number. I'll show you. 56 is the base. See what defense does. Oh, it's already changed. So it gave me an extra 4% damage reduction. Just throw the rest over here. Wow. We need to change this guy's name to Luke Cage. What do I want to do with speed? Attack speed. How's his attack speed look? 16.4. Let's jump him up 10. 19.7. Let's give it 2 more. 20%. Actually, 11 probably would have worked. %. All right, I'm in melee. So I usually put the points here when I'm in melee, because when you're in melee, you may have to move around more than when you're at ranged. But he's a freaking tank. See, how much does this reduce? You have to apply it first, I guess. Let's do it this way then. Let's go, we're at 4 seconds. 10, accept. We're at 3.8. 10 more, accept. We're at 3.6. Can you go 10 more? Nope. But this should drop it to about, oh, let's go. 1, 2, 3, accept. We're at 3.5. 1 more. 3.5. 1 more.
At least this gives me some time to catch up on running my multinational corporation.
3.5. I don't guess it goes below 3.5. No, it doesn't. So I wasted all those last points. So keep that at 11. 2. 3.6. 3.6. 3.6. 3.5. And then put all the rest here. Ooh, there's a bunch more left. Moving on. Intelligence. Oh, I've already been around the board. Let's check his synergies. Brutal, brutal, crit. Bosses, fighting, health on hit, melee, mental, physical, strength. These are all just fine. So what I'm needing is a little less key cost. Move up here. Thank you. Oh, I hate that. I hate that. The power does not say it moves you. It just says dodge and weave while delivering a flurry of punches to enemies in front of you. But it makes you move with no movement tag. It's so annoying. And that's what gets you run over too. You're standing in a safe place punching. You see over here is a bad place to be, but you're over here safe. And then you hit this power and boom, you're over there and you're dead. I hate that. Totally ridiculous. No movement tag on it. All right, I just got to see, at least at ranged, when I've got somebody like this targeted, when I'm at range and I've got them targeted and I'm holding my left mouse button, well, trackball in this case, button down, that's who I'm attacking. Very rarely do I hit a power that causes me to lose that focus, that tracking, or well, I don't know what that's called, where they're my target and my mouse pointer doesn't move. When I do have a ranged power that causes me to lose that, it annoys me. I'm thinking War Machines, the power that you have to hit before you overheat. I forget what it's called, Spitfire or something. I think that's one of those rare, very rare powers that cause you to lose that focus, and all of a sudden you stop your normal single target spending power. It just stops, and you have to it's just annoying. It's one of those things that's not fun. And this is one of those powers right here. Fury of 500 Fists. I'm up here doing my ... I hit this power. I do this. I'm okay, but see where my mouse pointer is now? My mouse pointer shifted. It didn't stay where I wanted it. And here it goes again. The mouse pointer's gone, and then I stop swinging because, well, I stopped because I ran out of key, but you see, that's annoying. I don't know why the devs think that's cool. I just have to keep repositioning my mouse. I can never look at my bar because I've got to stare at my arrow. And I ran out of key. My fault. My bad. It's just uncomfortable. And you know me. I like comfortable. I like simple. And that's uncomfortable for me to lose that. For my mouse pointer to move with my character. I don't want either to happen. I don't want the character to move. I don't want the mouse pointer to move. I need to take key burst out of my rotation. And that's why I had these two switched. I realize that now. I only need the key burst when I'm clearing AoE packs. So my rotation is this guy. And then wait till this guy comes back around again, and this guy. While this guy's beating the whole time. And why did I stop attacking? It's annoying. Alright, I'm almost there. I just need a little bit of health regen. But it's powers like that to cause me to never play melee characters. I already am uncomfortable playing melee characters, though there's some I have fun with because of two things. I'm comfortable with them and they're simple rotations. This guy's rotation is simple. The thing is, you've got to micromanage what your target is because your position gets moved without you wanting it to. You're forced out of position by a power that doesn't say it forces you out of position. You dodge and weave while delivering a flurry of punches. Nothing in that says move through your opponent to the other side and here's the movement tag so that you can take advantage of movement type things. It does not say that. It just says you dodge and weave while you're delivering a flurry of punches. Now I guess the devs can come back and say, well, dodge and weave means you're running circles around the guy. Yeah. That could be their argument. I just think it's bad design. Makes me want to switch from Tiger form to something else that doesn't do that. Because that is not comfortable at all. This stupid power doing something that it doesn't say it does. Now this one says deliver a powerful flying kick. But even that one doesn't make you move 5 feet. See, if you're in front of somebody, you're 2.5 feet from them. If you're behind them, you're 2.5 feet from them. But you have to do a circumference because you can't actually go right through an individual unless you grab them, grapple them, throw them over you, and then you get on the other side of them, which this power does not do. If this was a grapple toss, or this one, if this was a grapple toss, that'd be different, but it's not. It's a fury of 500 fists. Dodge and weave and boom, 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 boom. Hey, how did I end up on the other side of you? It's kind of ridiculous. And why is this chat not working? Oh, somebody talked about Luke. And what's wrong with this guy? Let me... The other day, people were chatting with me and I didn't know it because my Twitch dashboard wasn't showing it. Today, the same kind of deal. Grimly Fandango mentioned about Luke earlier and I didn't see it because it didn't show up right here in front of me. So what's wrong with Twitch's dashboard? What's wrong with the chat window? Now I can see that Grimly Fandango spoke to me. That's annoying. I apologize, Grimly, for not acknowledging your earlier. But if you're still here, then I'm guessing you agree with me that that's crazy. That Luke's naked damage reduction's 11% and Iron Fist's is 23. I think that here's my wild theory that is accurate to 0.0000%. My theory is somebody who doesn't really know the characters, Luke Cage and Iron Fist, in their heads got them backwards. They thought maybe Iron Fist was the guy that had the impenetrable skin and Luke Cage is the martial artists. And so when they were building the characters for the game, they gave them the wrong damage reductions. They just didn't know who the characters were. That's my wild, crazy, don't take this as canon theory. Somebody who did not know the characters. So now I can see you talking, Grimly. Thank you. But that's why I've got my iPad up here monitoring both video and chat in case my video monitoring, and in other words, the tools that I have to use to stream, I need redundancy because the tools may not always tell me what's really going on.
Is it weird that I make people pay me for superheroes?
I've been streaming for
I am rolling in money.
about 3 weeks now and have never dropped one frame. Now that has a lot to do with my ISP. The Electric Power Board of Chattanooga is providing me fiber optic internet, 1 gigabit speed up, 1 gigabit speed down, and it's amazingly affordable. It costs $10 more than the 100 gigabit up, 100 gigabit down, which costs the same as anything Xfinity offers. So I don't really know how accurate OBS is about dropped frames because I've never dropped a frame ever. And my Twitch dashboard obviously has been giving me fits with chat. I didn't know it wasn't. I just thought everybody was being lurkers because that's who I am officially. I'm a lurker. I lurk in Twitch channels. I rarely participate unless I can answer something that nobody has an answer for. So back to this guy. Like I said, I find this power frustrating. And I would never be able to do a comfortable rotation in Tiger form because of this power right here, causing me to completely, I don't know if he jumps through or over or around, or let me get my key back. Okay, I've got my key back. Let me move up here close. If I hit this power, let's watch what he actually does. It's like he dashes behind and then does his flurry of blows, which on every character I've ever played that has that move where you shift from one side to the other, it has a movement tag on it. Somebody could find me an exception, but I can't think of one power that actually causes you to move to the other side of your target, not have the movement tag on it. And I always avoid powers that have the movement tags on it, if you can. Because, again, it's just an extra layer of micromanagement that you have to do to make sure that you're still hitting the target that you intended to hit in the first place. I need to find a completely different stance to play. I don't like this power. But then I'm going to have to go completely through the talents all over again. This takes me out of my comfort zone. And if it's not comfortable and it's not simple, it's not fun for me. But I have no problem with the people who find that fun. Okay, so if I'm not going with Tiger, which I'm going to lose all that crit, and I've already got the damage reduction to help me survive in melee, so the crit build was going to be a blast. That just makes me want to, again, have one of those not face-to-face conversations with the developer who did that, but a private message back and forth. Not private, it needs to be public. A public conversation on the forums with the guy who decided that Fury of 500 Fists should begin with a 5-foot dash around the character, because you don't get any advantage to being behind somebody. I mean, you want to be behind somebody, but if you've got their focus, they're just going to turn around. If you don't have their focus, if you're behind them, you don't want to jump in front of them. It's just, as far as my opinion is, bad design. And hi, Dragon. What are artifacts? I don't have any yet. As you can see, I haven't put any on him yet. And he's already at 60% damage reduction. This character naked starts at 23% damage reduction. Luke Cage starts at 11. Now, this Savage Axe gives him a bunch. No doubt. Well, now I've got 25. Something's wrong here. Somebody made a mistake. This should be Luke Cage naked. Luke Cage naked is 11%. This is a mix-up. Somebody who worked on Luke Cage and Iron Fist didn't know which one was what. They thought Luke Fist was the martial artist and Iron Fist was the impenetrable skin. They screwed up. This number should have been 11%, and Luke Cage should start with 25 instead of vice versa. This is insane. Now you can subtract 8 from that, because he's got the full-time 8% damage reduction from being melee only. You can't create a ranged Iron Fist. So you can subtract 8 from this for the people who are hybrid melee ranged. So he's getting a full-time 8% from his traits. But if you take that away, he's still 17% naked. Well, he's 25 naked because of the fact that he can only be played melee. I'm not complaining. I think this guy's going to be a blast in melee because of the fact that he's got so much damage reduction. Can you imagine if I threw Spider-Girl's Shield of Perseus, or got him his own Shield of Perseus? His Savage Axe is giving him 15% defense, which gives him a chunk of damage reduction. It gives him 6%. But if this was a Shield of Perseus, he would get 2,000 defense, 2,000 dodge. What the heck does it give you? 2,000 deflect? Does it give you 2,000 of each? Where's Spider-Girl? Spider-Girl. You want to build a tank in this game, Iron Fist is your tank. And it should have been Luke Cage. 2,000 defense, 2,000 dodge, 2,000 deflect. Can you imagine what this would do to Iron Fist? Yes, somebody out there made a mistake. I would never report it, though. Cage can be played ranged. We looked at him a minute ago, and he had the built-in 8% defense also, I think. He can be played summoner, which, summoners kind of get a get out of jail free because they've got other guys out there to absorb damage. So they might not want to give him the full 25% naked damage reduction. Somebody like Juggernaut? How about Juggernaut?
I overstopped because I felt like
I can already see he's low. I got to be careful not to get stuff mixed up. Let's see what Juggernaut naked damage reduction is. Or even Thing. Look, we're already down there in Luke Cage territory. What does Juggernaut have to offer for him to start so low? He can't have summonses. He can't play ranged. Juggernaut is another one of those that should start with the 25% damage reduction. Naked. My pet has nothing on it, and these have nothing on it, so. It's possible that Iron Fist is a bug. That everybody's where they're supposed to be, and Iron Fist is a bug. Well, except X-23 had 12% damage reduction. Why would X-23 be 12? Luke Cage and Juggernaut both be 11. Somebody just wasn't thinking very much about naked damage reduction.
Victory is earned through strategy.
31 because of this guy. 25 naked. Let's
I am the Iron Fist.
put him back together here.
I'll use whatever means necessary to protect my world.
60%. Without a Shield of Perseus. Without any artifacts. Without anything that really adds. This one doesn't add to his damage reduction. You know, at the top, they all have damage reduction. But they're all comparable. All characters are comparable. He doesn't get any added dodge, deflect, or defense on this power. He gets none here until he falls below 50% health. There's a little dodge, 477. Little deflect, 205. Nothing here. He takes 4.5% less damage from enemy area powers, but that's not reflected in the damage reduction. His naked damage resistance is probably a bug. Colossus' base damage reduction would be interesting. Let's look real quick at Colossus. Except,
It's good to be back.
I start to say he's not always in metal form. And I guess he is always in metal form. Yeah, I guess in this game, he never comes out of his metal form. So let's take a look. I bet he's 11%, just like the other guys. I think Iron Fist is just an oversight. Or a bug. Either way you look at it. 11%. He's no different from Juggy and Luke Cage. Iron Fist is the outlier.
Somebody need a hero for hire?
Let's find a stance that I can play that's comfortable. This power breaks it. I don't remember that happening before the update. It probably did. I don't remember because, again, he's a melee character and I'm not comfortable in melee, so I rarely play melee. I like Captain Marvel melee. She's fun. And I like Spider-Girl melee. But I rarely play melee characters. But this ruins my Tiger Scratch. This one power does. And again, it's just a quality of life thing.
I must find the calmness within myself first.
If I can stand here let's do his big power. Okay. Go back through my rotation. I was fortunate that I didn't. And see, oh, he stopped because I ran out of. All right. Let's go ahead and work on the artifacts before I go and start over with the stance. And I like single target tiger. I just don't like the fact that this is a movement power and it doesn't have the movement tag on it. Alright, I need some lesser key. I need either increased key. No, I don't really need increased key. Whichever one gets me to neutral, to where I can go through the rotation and be able to come back and hit this again while I'm still going punch, 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 punch. It's the stop and punch I want to get rid of. I need some health, though this kind of makes up for it. If I never add more health to him, this is kind of nice. The team up gear, well, oh yeah, thank you. Maybe this is the whole issue. Defense and deflect. Defense and deflect. Let's see what happens. Nothing happened there. Nothing happened there. Yeah, these are just offensive, so they're not going to do anything. Let me close and reopen. It's staying 60%. What's her passive? Nothing to do with added defense. So now she's naked. Well, she has no, and it didn't affect this. But you're right. That was a possibility. There's 3% defense and 3.6 deflect. There's 4% defense and 4.3% deflect. Those should have affected. And there's health. The health wasn't affected either. Maybe she needs to be summoned. So let me summon her.
I won't even have to use pheromones to make you love me.
That didn't change anything. Let me put these back. Oh, at one point the health went up. So that's this guy. So the health part works. But the rest of it has no effect on damage reduction. And if I send her away, yeah, the health stays. So I would have to think that these, since the health is working, the defense and deflect is working, but they're not affecting this. We can look at them over here. The defense rating multiplier. All right, there's damage reduction. Defense rating. The defense rating multiplier. It's 131.1. This one removes 4. So yeah, it went down. But it's not enough to change the damage reduction. Now it might have more effect naked. That's worth looking at. That savage sword, savage axe, gives him a lot of defense. See, it didn't affect that dodge and defense. It affects these numbers, but it's not affecting his overall damage reduction of 25%. See, when I put it back, you'll see all the changes here, but the damage reduction doesn't change. All the numbers changed again. All it did was increase his effective health a little bit. And we could see that here. So I'm thinking it was an oversight. I hate to say the word bug, but I think it was an oversight that they gave him 14% more damage reduction than all the people who you suspect would have the most damage reduction. It's this guy. This is the tank in the game so far that I have found. Iron Fist level 5, mind you. I have no idea what that is. Mind you. I don't know what that means. Level 5, mind you. Oh. No, I still don't know what that means. My Iron Fist, I know who Iron Fist is. That's who I'm playing. Level 5, at level 5. So your Iron Fist is only level 5 in the game. And he has 11%. When you reach 60, hurry up and get to 60. Should take you a few minutes. Come back and tell me if you still have 11%. All right. That's enough scratching our heads on why he has so much damage resist. Let's get him some artifacts. I need to help my key generation. All right. We are strength and fighting. Who did I work on yesterday that was strength and fighting? Was Blade strength and fighting? Yes. So what did I give him? Okay, he had a bleed. Iron Fist. I'm in Tiger Scratch. Don't I have a bleed? Can you imagine a tiger attacking something and not having a bleed? How about leopard? Did leopard stance give you a bleed? Where's leopard? Leopard. So Iron Fist has no bleed. Well, yeah, he's not really transforming into a tiger or a leopard. So sorry about that. Oh, I need to fix my vertical blinds. I got too much white light. Too much white light coming in from the left side of my face. Probably washing me out on the left side. All right. Yeah. That's funny that I thought because he was in tiger or leopard stance, he should have a bleed. That's really funny. I'm not using a blade or a... Okay, so we can't use... Let's go back, look at blade again. So we can't use furry mane. Flag would work, as would Fist of Apocalypse and Spider Clone. So those are 3 possibilities. Let's go find those real quick. So, alright. I don't know if somebody's knocking on my door or somebody's just knocking somewhere. Let's see, where are we? These are possibilities. Flag, Fist of Apocalypse, and Blessed Spider Clone Serum. So. Alright. Yeah, nobody's knocking on my door. Somebody just somewhere in this high-rise condo building is banging. And the interesting thing is, you can never really tell where it's coming from. It could be anywhere in this high-rise building. All right. Physical attacks, but I'm physical and mental. So, Sacred White Gorilla Necklace doesn't fit. Fighting Intelligence doesn't fit. This, I have no bleed. There's a flag, so there's a possibility. I really... Yeah, I was mentioning this yesterday. I've got some favorite characters that I like to play, and they're the ones that I put my best gear on. And you would think that I would work through all my favorite characters first, making sure they get the best gear, they get the good gear, before I start working on people that I don't particularly play, like Iron Fist here. But there is a list of people who are going to change. I'll show those to you. On our patch Thursday, maybe Thursday, if they get these changes in on Thursday. So I can't play Cable, Jean Grey, Kitty Pryde, Rocket Raccoon, Squirrel Girl. I can't play. I mean, I can play them, and I could try to gear them up, but I decided to wait until after they patch them and after they change their traits.
It will come.
So I'm going to wait. And me putting a flag on Blade or a flag on Iron Fist and so on and so on, I may end up taking them back off again later. When I see somebody I'm working with could use a flag, it's coming off Iron Fist. So I might put it on him now, but it won't stay. I can guarantee you that. I don't have enough flags to put on everybody that I want to have them. So it's only going to go on my favorite characters, and some of those I can't play right now because they're changing them. Enemies with slow, strength. Yeah, I don't think I'd do a slow. Fist of the Apocalypse. A Gem of the Cursed is always good. How does my base crit look? Now my base crit is actually higher than what it shows here, and I'll show you why. It was 48 something, now it's 49. I'll come back and show you that in a minute. I can hit it again. And now it's 49.8. energy, strength, intelligence. +1 to all attributes, some more defense. Now it's 49.8. Did it not go up again? Oh, wait. Wait again to see. Speed, we don't need speed. Okay, it's staying at 49.8 now. But basically, because of my traits, I've got 5 stack. Oh, here they are. The 5 stacks of increased critical hit rating. And it stays there permanently because of a trait that I picked. Right here. Stance openers grant mastery, increasing the power of the passive effect 5 times. Up to 5 times. So it'll stay there until I hit serpent, dragon, leopard, or crane stance, which I won't because I don't have them on my bar. I'm a 1 stance player, tiger. So I get a permanent increase of 202 critical hit rating 5 times. So I get a permanent 1010 crit rating because of this talent right here. It would be 505 if it weren't for this talent right here. This doubled my crit. So this doubled the crit, and then this multiplied it by 5 on this buff. Not my overall crit, but just this buff right here. This crit rating starts at 101. This made it 202. This makes it 5 times 202. So, back to gearing this guy up. All right. So my physical crit is 50. We can work on that. My melee crit is 52, so that's better. And my base crit is 49.8. So my melee crit's the highest, 52. So we can work on that. A task. Well, before I get to the tasks, let's move on. I could give him a Gawk. I've got lots of them in storage here. Which one's a good roll one? This one's okay. But if I'm going to do any re-rolling, I'd use this one. Let's give him this one for now. I might re-roll it a couple of times. You noticed on every character, pretty much every character I have built up to now, I've been trying to focus on getting them more damage and survivability. This guy doesn't need any survivability. Okay, his melee is 2k with 10%. His physical is 873 at 10%. His base damage is... He's another character that needs a lot of damage. His best is melee. His mental is nothing. His physical is nothing. His base is nothing. He has no damage. He's got 2k. Somebody I was playing yesterday had 5k. It's a big difference. So maybe they took away his damage and gave him survivability. Which I could understand if he was Luke Cage. Well, no, Luke Cage has super strength. I don't know. I don't know what this game's all about, but we need to find a bunch of damage. All I've been getting, this is giving 300. This isn't giving him any damage. It's just giving him more multiplier. The flag needs to be re-rolled, obviously. This doesn't give him any damage. So you could have 100% crit, and it wouldn't matter if all you did was 10 damage. And I'm sure you all understand what I'm saying. You can have 100% crit and 100% brute, but if your punch does 10 damage, you're weak. You are extremely weak. And what I'm seeing with him right now is he's got 52% crit, 12% brute, which is non-existent, but his damage numbers are all low. So even if he had a base damage of 1,000%, his damage rating is only 873. Yes, that would be 873,000 because you'd multiply it by 1,000, but so it doesn't matter how big this number is if this number is little. Same thing with the crit. It doesn't matter your crit is huge if your damage is so little. And he has little damage except melee. 2K. So we've got to get this guy some damage. More important than anything else that we give him. More important than crit. More important than his attributes, his main attributes. More important than anything is to get him some damage. I also like to give him some more health. But like I said, this number doesn't hurt when you've got a base of 60% damage reduction, which he has right now. This hurts less. You still want a big buffer when you're in melee. You don't want to take the big hit that drops you down a whole bunch. But his hits are going to come in smaller and smaller because of the reduced damage that he does. But we've got to find him a big number for damage rating. He needs a lot of it. Energy. Movements. Mental. There's some mental. But he's not all mental. Physical. Mental AoE. And a mental AoE. No, physical and mental. So he's majority physical. I could probably focus on physical damage numbers where I can't find mental damage numbers. It's like this guy can have up to 300. See, this is pretty decent for him.
Sometimes a moment is all I need to quiet the storm within me.
This is decent, but it only helps all of his physical damage. It'd be no help on my AoE clear, because it's mental. Nor on part of my signature, which he can do every less than 30 seconds. And we still need to find something to help with his key generation too. And none of these will do that. So these aren't really that great for him right now. I'll keep them out because they're possibilities. So I'll put them up here on the same row with these possibilities. Though I'm leaning towards this one is not really a possibility anymore. And I did not unbind it yet. So now I will unbind it.
Hello there.
anything with mental damage really is not of benefit to him. Physical is still good, but we need a lot more of it. Physical or melee damage. Already went through all those. This gives me some key, but it's mental. This gives some damage rating, but I really don't like that taunt, especially being in melee. Intelligence, strength. See, none of these give enough damage rating. Ooh, this guy. But he doesn't need the durability. Gain 14 key when you pick up an orb. That's irrelevant. But that's a big number of physical damage. You know, every time I've come across this, I see the big number for physical damage. I'm like, whoa, wow, 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 wow. And then I always can think of a reason why it wouldn't work. Even on a durability character. I always find something other. This just goes up to 250. Physical damage. How much did this one go up to? 300 physical damage. So I'll put that in the realm of possibilities. Though I don't need the attack speed. I can always remove attack speed from the infinity points and use it somewhere else. Exploding fireballs. That would look weird on him, but nope. Nope. Energy. I've already looked at these. Nope. Ranged. Energy. Intellect. Spider clone serum. How much physical damage can it do? Up to 400. And up to 2 fighting. So this is kind of in the same boat this guy is. And this guy is. Except it has a little bit more damage. So there's a possibility. When you crit, get 5 key. Oh, it's speed though. But that's a big damage number. Generic damage number. It would help both mental and physical. But it's got speed on it. This meets 2. Why such a high generic damage number? 2 speed. What does speed do to somebody who doesn't need the speed? Dodge. Where was I? Lizard. I've already looked at that. Durability, strength and fighting. Health regen. Brute. I spend more time going through the artifacts pretty much than anything else I do in this game. Because we all have to relearn what the artifacts are. And there's more of them that are good now instead of just 3 or 4. Ooh, a lot of physical damage. But it's energy and it's allied damage. Yeah, I sometimes wonder about the weighting that they put on stuff. See, the strength and damage, something like that just looks like it has a whole lot of weight compared to some other stuff. In other words, it looks like it's over budgeted when you compare it to some of the other things. All brute. Crit and brute damage. Energy. There's more energy in this game than anything else. You'd think 75% of the characters
The six-clawed dragon.
that
I wait this out.
that 75% of the characters in the game are energy based after you look at all the artifacts. And they're not. Weakened. How much does it go up for weakened? Only 400. See, I've got a weaken. I can keep them weakened. It doesn't say how long the weaken works. The duration on it. Oh, there it is. Weaken duration. Minus 10% damage dealt. Yeah. That tooltip's all wrong. Normally weaken durations are 8 seconds. So that tooltip's bad on key burst. So what was it I was looking at? Oh, it's this guy. No, it wasn't. Yeah. Range, durability, energy, +2 to all attribute. Oh, it was this guy I was looking at. I could get 400 damage and +2 to all attributes. This would be awesome, just like these would be awesome if I could get some damage from them. This one gives some damage. These don't. So melee damage, how high does it go? Only 300. Oh, we're down to the rank 50 now. I need to resort. I need to move some of these 60s to here and move some of these 50s down to here. I need some reorganization. This goes up to 500 to melee powers. And at 10 stacks, you can pick up 2 fighting. And there's some health. So there's a possibility. I've got so many possibilities. Which is good. On a lot of my characters, I couldn't find any possibilities. Energy. Mental. Yeah, we've already looked at those. Mental. Physical gives dodge. Mental gives a big number of damage rating for 10 seconds. So there's a bunch of damage rating. 794 for 10 seconds. Every time I pop this guy. So if I just stick it in my rotation, just bang one time in 10 seconds, I've got 794 damage rating. It doesn't do anything else. Well, I get the dodge. Possibility. Even these guys are a possibility. This is getting crazy. Okay, I need 2, possibly 3 minutes. Everybody stretch your legs. We will try to get this tank equipped and out there. In theory, right now, he's got he can stand in melee with the big boys, but his damage is very underwhelming, and that's why I'm trying to focus on getting him more damage. So I will be back 2 to 3 minutes. Okay. My generic gut settling medicine from the grocery store. See how the day goes. I've realized that I'm spending more time on Iron Fist than just about any character I've spent it on in the last couple of days. And I can understand why. He's got so many different ways to play him. Plus he's hybrid damage types. He's complex. The type of character, that I typically do not play is a complex character. Speed. I have one Perseus on Spider-Girl. Spider-Girl. Spider-Girl is the character that I geared pre-update for Cosmic Danger Room. The only one. So she's the only one that had the Perseus. Nobody else needed a Perseus because I did not take them to Cosmic Danger Room. Well, I took a few of them to Cosmic Danger Room, and they did okay. But she was the one I geared for Cosmic Danger Room. Now I look back on that with the new update, and I'm thinking, well, I also typically don't play melee characters. I almost always play ranged and ranged summoners. So, yes, if I loved melee, and I think the majority of people do, if I loved melee, then I would probably have a whole lot of characters with, well, no, still only the ones I would take to Cosmic Danger Room would have had a Shield of Perseus. Because nothing else I did in the game was that level. And I could take everybody I've got, the way they are geared, and rock heroics. It would be just like the game hadn't changed. I could rock heroics. And I see a lot of these people complaining how they're just getting destroyed in Cosmics. And they made it perfectly clear in the forums that, well, the old Cosmics are equivalent of the current heroics. So go play heroics until you're comfortable enough to go play Cosmics. And of course, they don't want to do that. So right now I've only got Spider-Girl configured for Cosmic Danger Room. And let me show you something. Spider-Girl with the Shield of Perseus. This way. And I've already reworked Spider-Girl because she wasn't on the list to change. Spider-Girl. All right.
Oh, come on. I'm way more than a Lady Van Riley.
See this number? Of course, that's before she punches somebody. When she punches somebody, she gets another 8%. So she's at 59% damage reduction. And I built her to survive Cosmic Danger Room pre-update. And she's still pretty good shape for Cosmic anything I've thrown at her, including Cosmic Ultron Terminal, Hightown, so on and so on. She's good with her 59% damage reduction. So she ported over really well to Cosmics. And most everybody I've played, and everybody that I've played is on my YouTube channel, most everybody I've played since the update and configured and geared for the update are okay in Cosmics. Cosmics now. Except there's a few of them that yes, I've already been through Scarlet Witch. She's on my YouTube channel too. I did her, she may have been one of the first ones I did after the update. So you can go check my Scarlet. Yes, she's not on the list. So yes, I did Scarlet Witch already. And I did fine with her in Cosmics here. But again, when you're at ranged, you're kind of at an advantage. So my Spider-Girl came over in good shape because she was my Cosmic Danger Room character. My other guys I had to work with to give them more survivability. And then there's a few, even after working with them and giving them survivability, have no chance in Cosmic Ultron Terminal and Cosmic Kurt Terminal. But I'm fine with them in Cosmic Patrols and so on. So I have made the adjustment. I've got no problem with the way things are. And like I said, the people who are complaining may be where if they want things to be like it was, they just need to set their little thing to heroic and ignore Cosmic until they're comfortable with Cosmic and not just come and complain that everything's too hard. It's not. If something you're trying is too hard, you can step back a difficulty. So yeah, I don't understand that mentality that everything's too hard. Step back one until you've comfortable enough to step back up to 1. So, all right. So this is what I wanted to focus on. This number here, 51. Plus she gets 8% as soon as she punches something. So she's 59. Already configured. I go back to Iron Fist.
I've been Destiny enough times to know that I command my own.
You see that? Look at that number. No Shield of Perseus. No artifacts. They messed up. Sounds like you're talking Magneto now or something. All right. So, we got Master. We've got Danny Rand channeling Luke Cage with his 60% damage reduction with no Shield of Perseus and no artifacts. But he needs a lot of damage. He needs a lot of damage. Damage is so tiny on this guy. Okay, I'm down to the durability based. I'm down to the overflow and the overflow. Let's go look at the energy, one to all attributes. How much damage does this go up to? 250. Edge of Infinity is a pretty nice artifact nowadays. I used to throw those away all the time. Fighting, how high physical? It goes up to 250. Everything's 250 or 350 or... The only really big numbers are... What was the white suit jacket? Goes up to 500, but it's all durability. 250, 400, 500, 794. But it really gives you nothing else. 350 plus the 3 strength plus some more crit. 300. Nothing. The 4 strength is nice if you had enough damage to amplify. These are always nice, but a teaching credentials would be better because it could give you +3 to some of your thing, but there's no damage in this. This is a lot of damage and a lot of dodge, but I don't think 895 dodge is going to make much of a difference. So this would just be 794 damage rating. And nothing else. So that's underwhelming. Only 300 damage and could be 3 fighting. This could be 2 fighting and 400 damage. 3 fighting and 300 damage. 2 fighting and 400 damage. $500 damage. Plus 2 fighting. So 2 fighting and 479 and 2k health. What's my critical damage like? Critical damage. 233. I'm going to put the flag back. Only 250 to physical. I'm going to put this back. I think these are my 3 choices. I got to re-roll this guy a little bit to get 3 fighting. And I want the 2 stats that I most want on this piece here are the physical damage rating and the fighting.
More boring than a staff meeting at Rancor.
So I want plus 2 fighting and as close to 400 physical damage as I can get. The health is nice addition since I'm in melee. This guy, the most important, of course, is the melee powers. And then I'll get 2 fighting after eventually. And it should stay up pretty close to permanently. We'll see. But the 500, this one doesn't need to be re-rolled. And the things I want most on this are the strength, the damage rating, and the crit and health are a nice additional bonus. Not going to get much more damage rating than that. I like the narrow. Not going to get much critical hit rating than that. So this is already ready to go. The only one needs re-rolling is this guy.
Let me show you my latest experiments.
Random artifact. I want plus 2 fighting and as close to 400 physical damage as I can get.
Behold the power of chi.
369. Do I want to spend another 200k to try to get 20 more physical damage rating? I don't think so. That's plenty. All right. And I guess I'm going to stick with this guy. He's close enough to 300. So these guys I need to swap blessings. I'm afraid we're still going to be low on damage, even though I focused pretty much on damage. Have these all been unbound? Yes, so. But I've run out of places to put them. If I bring this out, move this over, I could put him with, oops, I forgot. I need to switch over to here. So I could put him with those. I can put this guy here. Them there, him there. I guess I could reverse these two. So what did we end up with? All of a sudden my health looks a lot better. The damage reduction just keeps going up and up and up. The only reason I had the 2k melee damage was because of this. 1500 came from this guy. What is down here that's causing me not to have much damage? This gives 0 damage, but a lot of stats. Zero damage, but a lot of stats. No wonder this guy has no damage. 0 damage, but a lot of stats. His damage picks up on procs, I guess. There's nothing there. You get defense if you fall below 50% health. You gain 321 damage when you hit with a stance opener. So he picks up as he fights. There's no damage here. No wonder he's such a low damage character. But you get more fighting and strength when you hit your signature. But there's no damage here. It's all in this one power. And it's low. It's only 873. That explains over here when we were looking at damage. Everything was 873. And that's from this one power. Except melee. And it was up over 2k. And that was because of this one power. Or one item. But nothing else helped damage whatsoever. That core's wrong for him. But what did we end up with? His effective health is 75k, 74k. Damage reduction 61. Our attack speed's still good. Our base crit's 46. Melee crit's 48. Physical and mental crit are 47 and 41. So 48 points. So we're not quite even 50% crit. Brute jumped up to 27. Critical damage is 233 and brutal damage is 433. The base damage multiplier is 224, but that number jumps up when you start fighting. But just the fact that he's so low in damage, 1200 for his base damage, 18 for physical, 12 for mental, and 3700 for melee damage. He's got the survivability but doesn't have the damage or crit or anything else.
When I'm on the front lines, it helps me forget my more
Stop.
unsanely moves.
Stop making noise, please. Come over here. Thank you. All right. So did we miss anything? Ooh, we completely forgot about... I've completely forgot about key generation. Let me send her back away. I meant to fix that. I was a little bit shy of neutral.
Settle. All in due time. But it is forbidden.
See, I'm 2 seconds shy of neutrality. I meant to pick up 1 power to resolve that, 1 artifact to fix that. And I completely forgot. This gives key recovery, but intelligence. This gives key recovery, but energy. This gives key recovery, but speed. This gives key recovery, but energy. Who am I missing? I can't think of any spirit regen key, spirit, whatever your resource regen is, that's physical related. Was there a mental related one? This thing was. But I'm really only using a mental power when I hit the signature every 28 seconds or so. Or if I'm clearing trash with this guy. Can you guys think of anything that could help restore spirit, your resource, whatever your resource is? It doesn't matter what the resource is. That's also more generic. So this one's all energy. This one's generic, but it gives you 3 intelligence. Might have to use it anyway. What a waste, though. This is a potential. Something like that. I could easily fix it by changing 1 talent, but I'd be giving up about 3% crit to do so. No, speed's not his attribute. It's strength and fighting. The speed would just have to be just one of those you'd have to ignore because I need the 5 chi recovery on critical hit. So I'd have to give something up. A lot of melee? Nope. Nope. I could give this guy up. I could give up 300 physical damage, 2 to my attribute trait, or 2 to my traits, and 1300 health to pick up the 5 key when I crit. And 576 damage. The 576 damage is nice. So my damage would go up. And this would affect both mental and. So that it's a plus as far as damage goes. This would go with mental and physical. The 2 speed's the only thing that really messes me up.
It's a pleasure to see you.
Let's go see how it feels. I'm an airplane. Look at me fly. All right. I hate that. That's something you rarely experience at ranged, is a power that takes you off your target. And usually it's only movement powers. Hey, I ran out anyway. That did not help at all. Am I not critting? You only get 5 ki when you crit. You only get 5 ki. Maybe I wasn't paying attention. I was probably doing something wrong because I was talking. I can't do 2 things at the same time. All right. Let's do my big boom. I lost target. It's annoying to lot. I may have to use a basic on this guy. I get my ki back. Yeah, it's either use his basic or give up that 3% crit. Let's see what his basic looks like. This increases in damage as your ki goes down. So this is, let's say it hits at the top every time, which would be 20k. We'll round it up. Plus another 25% because I'm always going to be on cooldown. So that's 25k. 2.7 per second. But this also applies my vulnerability. So 25k every 2.7 seconds. Round that up. 3, 24, 8k per second. If you're using his basic as well, you can use that +3 to all stats. Yeah. Alright, so let's wild mathematical blah blah 8k per second. What? I think I calculated that wrong. 25k 3 times per. Oh, I was thinking of that as every 2.7 seconds instead of 2.7 times per second. So the 25k twice, 3 times, 75k, take a little off of it, 70k per second. 70k per second. Math is hard. This is 10k in the beginning, or 30k per second as you start, and then it will grow to 60k per second right near the bottom. So average 45k per second. And this averages, what did I say? 70k per second. So it does about half the damage. Well, a little better than half the damage. But if you're using the basic, so you can punch all the time, even when you don't have key. But then you get key. You'll always have key. See, there's a it's a crazy trade-off. Lizard was not giving me what I needed, which means I probably wasn't critting enough. 5 key is tiny, I guess. 5 key per second. Oh, my attack speed must have gone through the roof. Oops. Yeah. So I was hitting way faster than I normally would be. I need to adjust my attributes since I added lizard. First, let's set this power back. What was I using? Fury of 500 fists? Nope. Nope. Fury of 5 forces. This is what I was using. I didn't adjust the infinity system based on... Oh no. Putting the lizard on here. This guy. I don't remember what number I had in here now. I had it all figured out. Let's see where my attack speed is. 22.5. Got all the reduced key cost that I could get here and put the rest in here. Let's hit rock bottom. All right. Let's let everything settle down and let's start the rotation. I hate powers that do that. I've definitely got to change stances. Yeah. Not gonna work. I don't have to leave here. So, I can fix my problems with this right here. Bang. Now we're fixed. What this does is, it cuts this cooldown in half. But it also cost me critical hit rating. Well, it didn't drop. I wonder if you set that trait, ramp up this number, and then set the other trait. This should have gone away. Or should have reset. Well, it depends. Let's see, we're at 51.8 base. Still at 51.8 base. So yeah, this double buff is still in effect, even though I just turned it off by going over here. I didn't lose the double buff. So you could buff yourself before you go out and fight. You could set it here, go through 5 rotations here to get this up to 5, and then switch to here. They're probably going to take that away. But now I'm okay. See, I'm never going to run out of force now, and I can go adjust even more attributes. But I'm up to 53 now. Okay. It is going away and coming back. I don't know. Yep, I see it dropping now. So it finally fixed itself. So you could buff yourself up with the bigger one and go out. I don't know. Something corrected itself. Because now we're not 51.8 anymore. We're down to 51.1. That could have been something else, anything else though. But I've solved my spirit issues with just that one trait. And I can adjust this now. I probably don't need any of this. I don't need any of this either. The only time this will come into play is when I'm clearing trash, because you'll be
Show me where to unleash the fury.
you'll be wanting to spam this guy clearing trash. But you can hit this. Yeah, even clearing trash, you're not going to have a problem. Let's see what happens here. Reset this. It's going down a lot faster, but you still can't deplete it. Let's let this clear down to 0. Yep, you're never going to run out of key. So what can I put here? Just give myself more key. Health regen. Why not? Give myself some health regen. I don't need any more survivability. Or I need more survivability. Me and my 61% damage reduction. Guys, I don't see this staying. I don't see this staying. Somebody's going to notice this and either complain about it or report it. I guess it wouldn't hurt to ask if it's supposed to be that way. Is Iron Fist's naked damage reduction supposed to be 25%? When everybody else's is 11 and 12. I'm not an Iron Fist player, so I don't care if they dropped it. If they kept it the way it is, and you could figure out a way to do mass. If he became the tank mage of Marvel Heroes, I'm still not going to play him. That's not the kind of person I am. I don't have to have the biggest, baddest, I don't play the tank mage, the overpowered characters, because I play the characters that fit two criterias: comfortable and simple. And he's been neither. First of all, he's in melee, so I already teeter towards uncomfortable. And his rotation is clunky and downright frustrating whenever you've all of a sudden lost your target focus for no reason. When I put my pointer on a target and hold it down, which of course I'm going to move to that spot, but when I'm fighting and I put it on a target and move to that spot, I expect it to stay there. His trait, Immortal Weapon, might suggest he's supposed to have that damage reduct. I looked at the traits. No. Health on hit. Health on hit is his Immortal Weapon trait. Everything else is just exactly the same as the other melee characters. The true melee characters. That's normal. On every true melee character, they all have that same. X-23 has it. Luke Cage has it. All the true any melee character that cannot play a ranged, any non-hybrid, anybody, well, I can't say non-hybrid because he's mental physical, which makes him a hybrid. Anybody that can only play in melee gets 8% damage reduction. All of them. Look through all 59 characters. Every one of them gets this exact same damage reduction. So it's not this. His Immortal Weapon trait is health on hit. Everything else is identical to everybody else who is defense, dodge, and true melee based. They're all identical. It's when you strip him of all his gear, everything, completely naked, he's 13 and 14% higher damage reduction than everybody else that I've looked at so far in the game. And I'm sure it was an oversight, an accident. I'm sure, I don't like to call it a bug. People find bad words and think bug's a 4-letter word. I think it was an oversight that his damage reduction is so high. Iron Fist lovers probably aren't going to say anything about it. They're probably not going to mention it. I don't want to mention it because I don't play this character. If I played this character and I loved this character and he was my guy, because of my personality would be me go and ask the developers, is this supposed to be? Is this supposed to be? You have made my favorite character immortal. Is he supposed to be? So, does anyone else get health on hit amongst the fighters? I don't know. I'd have to go through all of them, and since I'm not really a melee focused person, I'm a ranged focused person. I'll eventually get through all of the characters, but my memory doesn't tell me that I would remember the answer to that question, because I can't even remember who I played yesterday. You got to remember, I'm a senior citizen. My short-term memory is short, and my long-term memory is fleeting as I get older and older. So, who did I play yesterday? I played X-23 yesterday. But I played 4 characters yesterday. And they're all on my YouTube. So I can always revisit my YouTube channel and see, oh yeah, I played blah, 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 blah. But yeah. And I've argued enough over the last... Not argued, but I have talked enough about him having too much damage reduction for the past 3 hours and a half. I need to readjust everything now. I don't need the lizard anymore. This is underwhelming, but I need the physical damage. Let's
sorry, my mind was wandering.
let's transfer the blessings back. Unbind the lizard and put it back where it belongs. So, like I said, since I don't really play Iron Fist, I don't even need to mention it. I don't even need to ask the developers, is he supposed to have this much damage reduction? If I was an Iron Fist fan, I would want to know, because I wouldn't want to get a accidental advantage. When you get an accidental advantage and you don't mention it, when they take it away, you get angry. So I prefer, on my favorite characters, I prefer to know up front, was this, what's the word I'm looking for? Was this expected? Was this intended? Because when I play them, and I get comfortable and get used to them, I don't want them to change it because they accidentally had an oversight and messed up. I want to know in advance that this was intended. And I don't believe it was intended, but I don't care that it is. It doesn't hurt my play, my gaming, for a character that I don't really play to be overpowered. I'm not going to migrate to him. There is a population in this game that will all migrate to an overpowered character just because. But I don't. I play the game for fun, and I play the characters I enjoy. And I don't enjoy Melee, and I don't really enjoy Iron Fist. I'm just going through these because I've got all 59 of them, and I need to rework all 59 of them, and I'm having fun reworking them. And I might have a character that I didn't like that I now like. And I might have a character that I liked that I don't anymore. And the only way to know is to go through them all. So I think we're set to go do my usual base test, which is Cosmic Taskmaster. And first thing I'm going to want to do, of course, is get all my key. Is go see how he is with clearing mobs. I need to round a bunch up. Come over here, guys, and join the fun. Come on, you cosmic noobs. Come join the fun. And then yeah, we don't do a lot of damage. We've got a lot of survivability. We're not going to die from anything. But we don't do a lot of damage either. I can go punch him out. It's pretty good single target damage. Try again. Come on, everybody. Come and attack me. Come around the pole here. Alright, I've seen enough of cosmic mobs. They can't hurt me. Let's go try to take Taschion. Here's a big group. Hurt me, guys. Hurt me, guys. Somebody hurt me. There's some damage. That's good. I can always pop a med kit. Get all my key back. Pop a med kit. Yeah. Yeah, something's a little a little off about this. I'll go back and get that. Hello, Tasky. What can you do? Let's see if I can take a charge head on. Let's get my key up. Charge me, buddy. Okay. The poison hurts a little bit. Are you going to charge? What are you doing? There you go. Did you miss me? What the heck are you doing? It could be he dodged it. Okay, now he's beating on me a little bit. Now he's running away because I guess I'm not hitting him back. Okay, good. He did some damage. I just pop a med kit. I'm really just using my spirit spender. Pop a med kit every 10 seconds. Yeah, this is a... I don't think it's intended. But Tasky's not so tough, though. I can go find somebody else. Junk. Let me go get my splinter. Something's off. I'm not... well, I can't say I'm not doing a lot of damage because I really did not try to do damage. I just tried to see how survivable I was. Let's go to Cosmic Curse.
I won't even have to use pheromones to make you
2 on the left, 1 on the right. Get out of the way, guys. Trying to pick up these. Let's move on. What is that? Danger room scenario. Come and join the fun. Come and join the fun, guys. I can't even get to the guy I'm trying to hit. Yeah, this has got to be unintended. All right, good. They're going to take me down. Oh, I forgot to give myself key. So if you hang out long enough and don't do anything, they'll take you down. Let's go get my cosmic. My AoE clear isn't a good AoE clear for cosmics. Hey, I'll take that. What was that? Let me get this up. I'm at least glad these guys do more damage than Tasky's guys did. Oh, I need this guy next. Oh, I think I lost my team up. I think Arachne went away. No? I think she just got lost. No, Arachne's back. Yeah, I just feel like I don't do a lot of damage. Let's go see what happens with Kurt. Come back here, buddy. Where's Arachne? Arachne, you should be with me. Where are you, Arachne? Are you fighting them by yourself, Arachne? Come back here, Arachne. Join me back here, Arachne. What's the... There you go. After she's almost destroyed. Signature. Okay, these guys are causing some difficulties, I think. I hate losing target. It's a horrible power. Especially since it has no movement tag on it. I think I lost Arachne. I'm face tanking Curse. Nope, there's Arachne.
Now what's this doing all the way out here?
My impressions is unintended. There's a new GeForce driver available. I did not know that. Let's go do Cosmic.
But he gets to decide.
Cosmic, let's go to Hightown. Everybody should be in Hightown today, I think. My guess. There's 3 bosses up. That's good. Where are they at? They're over here. Anybody here? Yep. There's people here. I'm not going to do that one. It doesn't do enough damage. Oh, I forgot. I've got an invulnerability if I want it. A channeled invulnerability that heals everybody. Let's see how that works. Everybody around me getting healed? It's not healing me. Okay, maybe I don't. I'm still face tanking everything. I forgot to use that earlier. I've got a health on demand. See? That's insane. Oh, my signature's back. Underwhelming. Heal myself back up. I'm not even using med kits. I completely forgot about. Invulnerable while channeling. 6-second cooldown. How much? I've got 10k infinity. So I have to admit, I'm max infinity. Actually, I've got not 10k, 1k. I had 10,000 Omega points when the update hit. But you have to understand, this is not the only melee character I've worked on. I've been with X-23, Captain Marvel. I don't remember. They're all on my YouTube channel. But none of them have this kind of survivability. Spider-Girl. Spider-Girl was my top. She was my Cosmic Danger Room character before the update. So Spider-Girl is doing well in Cosmics. She has good survivability. She's not this survivable. I completely forgot about this power. I'm invulnerable while channeling. For 2 seconds. It's a 2-second invulnerability. 20 seconds max health per second. So 40% of my health and invulnerable from hitting this power. See, there's a thing standing out there. This is not intended. That was not a med kit. That's just a standard power I have. Now this is a med kit. It's pretty nice. But this is not a med kit. Let's go back. 3 more bosses. Who are they working on? They're working on Cyclops first. Signature power. Boom. Alright, he's down. This guy next. Psylocke. Now X-23. I wouldn't be afraid to use a taunt on this guy. It doesn't make it any more fun to me that he's pretty much invulnerable. That he's got Luke Cage's skin. It doesn't make him more fun to me. It makes him easier to play. But every time I hit this power and I lose my target, that just angers me. It annoys me. Because it doesn't have the movement tag on it. I find that annoying. My question to the devs in the bug forum would be, not his invulnerability. I don't care. What bugs me is, why does Fury of 500 Fists reposition you when you don't have the movement tag? Watch what it does when I hit this power. Oh, it wouldn't let me do it until somebody was in range, and I don't like that. I don't like a power that shifts my... Okay, I'll put my cursor on him and then I'll hit the power, and I flew around him in a circle. I don't like that. I've never liked that. What is that? Advanced Technology Systems. What the heck is that? Oh, I've got to learn the new cores, or I'll never be picking them up. And I need to be picking them up. So my biggest complaint, I don't have a complaint about him being almost unkillable. I'm sure that's going to change. Somebody who is jealous will complain. A Luke Cage fan or somebody will complain. A Juggy fan or something will complain about Iron Fist being almost unkillable. I don't care myself. That's not what brings me fun in this game, is having an OP character. What I want to know is, is this power intended to move you and cause you to sometimes lose focus of what you're trying to hit. And this guy does too, really. I have been in my rotation and the rotation going smooth and easy, and then did my signature, and this guy stopped. This guy should never stop. I should never execute a power to cause me to stop doing this. My opinion. Except this. But then it should bring me right back to it. What's happening is, and I better go to let me get rid of her. Let me show you guys what I'm talking about. Let me go to a guy that won't die on me. Like that one up there will. When I'm playing and I put my mouse over a character and press my mouse button, which I'm doing now, I should stay there. There should not be anything I do to cause me to go away. Even if I dash away, I automatically come back to that target. To me, that is good gameplay fun. Let's see if it happens. Okay, I'm okay with this. My mouse pointer doesn't matter. I'm holding the mouse down.
Show me where to unleash the fury.
Oh, yeah. So there's the issue. It won't let me execute those two powers. Well, I let my thing run out. Unless I keep my mouse here. That's okay. I don't mind keeping my mouse here. But see, my mouse moved. Did you see that? I have to reposition my target because of this power right here. And again, it moved. And if I don't remove my mouse, what's going to happen? This time, let's pretend like I'm staring at my cooldowns and not paying attention to my pointer, which you really shouldn't do. But at some point, well, the mouse keeps coming back. The pointer keeps coming back. Eventually, even though I'm not moving it myself, personally. Okay, so it's acceptable. The only thing at this point to cause my mouse pointer to be in a position that I can't hit anymore is if I move it. So his rotation has become comfortable. Him standing in melee and taking just about everything has become comfortable. I've got invulnerability every 6 seconds for 2 seconds, which is what they took away from us with the med kits. I've got med kit every 10 seconds. He's just not doing a lot of damage. Just not doing a lot of damage. And when you look at his gear, there's no damage on this gear. There's none on this one, though he does get more defense and more damage reduction to area powers when he drops below 50% health. But there's no damage here. There's no damage here. You get 321 when you use a stance power. And it can stack up to 3 times. It only lasts 15 seconds. Well, I'm hitting a stance power every 8 seconds. So this gives him a little damage. At least 642 before the 15 seconds wears out. So he gets a little damage here. Well, I say little. 642 is now a big number in this game. So you get 642 damage rating because it can stack up to 3 times, and I can hit my stance opener every 8 seconds. I don't know if that 15 seconds, I'm sure it shows up over here. Alright, I used it then. I got my blood thing. I used it then. I've got 2 stacks of the blood thing. 3 stacks now. I've used it a 3rd time. There's nothing over here that shows me that I'm getting this proc. But let's assume you are. And for 15 seconds, you get 321 damage, 269 critical hit for 15 seconds. And it says it stacks 3 times. So 8 seconds goes away, and I hit it a 2nd time. So I now have 2 stacks of it, which is 642 and 540 critical hit. But I don't know what that cooldown is doing, that 15-second cooldown, since there's nothing over here that shows you. I don't know if the cooldown extends to 15 seconds again, or the cooldown continues. And then at 15 seconds, you lose your stacks. And then the next hit, it starts all over again. I don't know what it's doing, since there's no indication of what it's doing. I don't know if it gives me an indication on my body, like blue fists or something. Or no, for 15 seconds I don't see it. I've got to go to here to see it. It gives me generic damage, which is this guy right here. Let's put it on the bottom. I'm at 1210. I go hit this guy. Nope. I did not get... Oh, no, I got to do a stance opener. My fault. My bad. Stance opener. Oh, but I got to hit something. You can't just do a stance opener. You have to hit something. I missed. I'm too far away. Okay. I'm 1210 damage rating. 1531. There it goes. So there's my additional damage rating. I'll keep spamming my stance here. Okay, it went up again. So I have 2 stacks. It dropped. Now I'm back to 2 stacks again.
It is forbidden.
I guess I could watch the toolbar, but
It is forbidden.
I'm back to 2 stacks. So I can keep 2 stacks of it going indefinitely. 2 stacks of this guy. Because I have an 8-second cooldown. My stance opener is an 8-second cooldown. See? 8-second cooldown. So I can keep 2 stacks. So he gets 642 damage rating from this. And 540 critical rating. Permanently. All the time. Up full time. So that's the first piece of gear we've seen that gives him any damage. This gives him 642. This one gives him 0. I can get 4 traits, 4 attributes. The 2 fighting and the 2 strength. Every time I hit my signature power. But there's no damage rating here on anything. And then here's the damage rating. 873. And that's it. I get more attack speed. I get health on... I regen health. So I get 873, and it's a low number. It's red. So I can have as much as 1,042 and 642. So that's 1,600. It's almost 1,700 damage. And that's all he gets. Period. Of damage rating. Everything else I picked up here. I got as much damage rating as I could. I got 479 to melee. 337 generic. So that affects both his mental and physical damage. I got 369 to his physical. He does majority physical damage. And I got 294 to his physical. I picked up as much damage as I could here because he just had nothing. I get another 300 to his melee here from Allfather. 257 to his melee here. 1,500 to his melee here. Nothing here. Nothing here. No, 62 to his melee here. So, I don't think he's doing a lot of damage. Where's the low health dummy? This is the low health dummy? Or, where's the DPS dummy? This is the DPS dummy. So, I'm not the kind of person that does DPS tests. I don't care. I play this game for fun. As long as I'm not spending 20 minutes trying to take down one guy. So you can tell me if this is good or bad. That one punch right there was a 1,400 brute. So I don't know if that's good or bad. All I know is I can just about stand in content and not die. And the ultimate test is, before I break for my midday, would be Cosmic Ultron. This is not typically a fun fight, but I'm curious. This is really going to be unfun because I don't have a good AoE clear. All I've got is this guy. And my signature. Oh, I forgot to. I get all excited and forget to use my key generator. But I need to hold this down. If I get in trouble health-wise, I need to hit this button. I need to keep my key up. I got med kit if I want. Hit this button if I want. This is just slow going, but I'm never in danger. It's just annoyingly slow. Let's get my key back up. Alright. Hello, Mr. Boss. I can get out of the fire. I don't need to be in the fire. Hit my med kit. I got my signature. That cleared out all the rubble. I can hit this power and get my health back. Hit my med kit. I guess that was a stun. I could have dashed to get out of the stun. But who cares, right? Just don't seem to be doing lots of damage. But never in any danger. Who are you attacking? What's that escalator doing to you, Arachne? I guess let's get these guys to show up, and then let's clean up this mess, this riffraff, before I move up. Don't want to blow my sig here, so let's just wear them out one at a time. Pick up my world stone. Okay, everybody come and play. Everybody come and play. Let's start beating on them. Hit my invulnerability. Hit my med kit. Hit my invulnerability. It's off cooldown now. And go away. Alright, get all my key back, all my cooldowns back. Let's get these two guys joining fun. Alright, hit my invulnerability. Hit my med kit. I seem to be stuck in the corner. I've seen this happen to characters before. I'm not sure why. I get my... Alright, let's focus on this guy. He's the ranged one. The melee guy will come to me. Let's hit my invulnerability. I'll let you know every time I use a med kit, and I haven't used one yet. Go after the range guy. Hit my invulnerability. Let's get out of the stuff, because you don't need to be in the stuff. I'm hitting my med kit this time, just because I didn't like where my power was. Signature. Boom. Let's go back after the range guy. Oops. Alright. I stood in stuff and didn't need to. I don't think I went down. Invulnerability. Med kit. I need them to come to me because of all the fire and stuff. Med kit. Did the other guy go down? Or is Arachne keeping him busy, I guess? Signature power. Took him out. And the other guy's gone. I think a lot of my characters don't get past this part. Let's go see. I could be wrong. Yep, because I don't need any of these guys. I don't care. Let's make sure my key is at max, but before I go, let's clear out the chafe just because I can. I hit invulnerability. Hit my med kit because there's a lot of guys here. Hit my invulnerability. Hit my med kit. I've cleared up enough of these guys. Let's go find some bosses. Now I think this is where I get in trouble with most of my characters. And I don't have to stand in the stuff. I'll bring some more of those guys from down here, which is probably stupid. Invulnerability. Okay, med kit, invulnerability. I need to find a target. Invulnerability. Okay, good. I'm not completely invincible. Let's clear out the chafe. Let's get rid of all this stuff that I don't need. Invulnerability. I don't need to be standing in the fire, but let's get rid of some of these guys. Invulnerability. Health, medkit, I forget what it's called. We finally got rid of all the bad guys. One of these guys is down pretty low. Invulnerability. So let's signature him and get him out of here. Oh, signature's not back yet. I can avoid that. Oops. I was thinking my signature was back, so I didn't move. That was my bad. I want this guy. But this guy's almost out. He's now out. Let me pick this guy up so I don't forget it. Now I can focus on this guy. Med kit. I'm going to avoid this just because a meleeer really should. I'm going to punch him in the back. I'm going to sig. I sig. I'm going to hit my invulnerability. Get a bunch of health back. And I don't know what I did. Oh, I guess I hit my sig again because he just melted. So I went down twice there. And most of that was because, see, the problem I have with a person that can almost be invulnerable is you get, what's the word, cocky? You get complacent. You do things that you shouldn't, like stand in the fire. Because who cares? I can pop my invulnerability every 6 seconds. So you do stupid things. So if I didn't have the 61% damage resistance that I have, I would have been doing a whole lot more moving around. And probably a whole lot more dying. Let's go see what Ultron does. Come over here and fight. I'd rather fight over here, Ultron. Come over here and join the fun. Thank you. I need to not stand in that. Not stand in that if possible. I want to hit him with my signature. And I don't want to stand in that, but I was stuck. Invulnerability, and invulnerability didn't work. So the signature can get you in trouble because it holds you in place. He's gone up in the air. No big whoop. Let's work on these guys. I hit invulnerability. I'm going to go ahead and hit my med kit. I accidentally attracted the attention of some of the other guys that I was trying to avoid. Invulnerability. Nope. You can't stand in invulnerability in front of his cone. You need to get out of it. Which just takes a dash. Invulnerability. Cone, get out of it. This is workable. And I'm hitting invulnerability and medkit on cooldown. Is my sig back? Yes, I punched him out with the sig. I've had maybe 3 characters that could do this fight. I'm not leaving any chest out or anything. No, he doesn't really drop anything. He takes time to take things down. His sig is nice. His sig is the thing that's doing the damage. And this power does good damage. I would really hate to have to be using the base. Somebody who likes this character is going to come up with a better, since I don't play melee characters, I'm sure I'm playing him the worst. I like one stance because one stance is not complicated. Again, my 2 characteristics in this game is comfortable, simple. So, you could probably get far more. I always wonder when I zone why I get a pink key representation. I wonder which stance gives you pink, because mine's orange. What I was saying is, for me, comfortable and simple is fun. And to me, games are fun, or I wouldn't play them. Comfortable and simple is what I look for. That's what makes fun for me. For some people, fun is doing the statistics, the spreadsheets, spending hours crunching the numbers. That's fun to them. And this game probably gives you a whole lot of that right now because everything's changed. So the number crunchers, you don't see those guys. They are busy crunching numbers. They may eventually post something somewhere for you to look at to see what they came up with. But they're having fun crunching numbers. Some people just want to go play. And they're out there playing their one favorite character and doing the best that they can. They may have jumped into Cosmics and got demolished because they don't spend time, like I am, spending hours going through the traits and all this kind of stuff. See, to me, this is fun. I might get tired of it after several days. I haven't yet. But then I haven't gotten to some of my favorite characters yet either because of this sheet over here. I want to play Cable, but I'm not until they do this update. I want to play Jean. I want to play Kitty, Rocket, Squirrel Girl, and even Psylocke, War Machine, Winter Soldier. I want to play these guys, but I will not until they do this update, which I think is coming Thursday. Hopefully these are in Thursday's patch. So I'm having fun working out these characters, working through their rotations, working through the resource management. I enjoy that. Some people don't. The number crunchers are crunching the numbers on their favorite characters. So you don't hear from them unless something in their number crunching doesn't look right. And then they may go and post and ask, is this intended? Like me with this one power right here. Oops, wrong keyboard. With this power right here. Is this intended to jump around? I finally was able to lock my target and hold it without losing it. I finally realized my frustration was coming from my resource management and not from this power. Whenever I could not continue my meleeers need to be doing something. If there's something in my power bar that causes me to stop doing something, it annoys me. And my resource management was the thing that was annoying me. I thought it was this power. But really it was my resource management, which I solved with this one trait, talent. This was what was killing my resource management. This guy was. But this guy was doubling the effects of this buff. My critical hit rating. See how it's 101 right now? 202. I thought, yay, shiny. I want this. But I gained 8 seconds on the cooldown. And my rotation does not enable me to keep going without some kind of resource regen. And that's why I started looking at things like the lizard formula. And I haven't found, and I may in the future, found a resource regen ability or artifact that is strength, fighting, physical related. Something that relates to my attributes, traits, my talents, my character. I couldn't find something that related to my character. Lizard was the closest thing, but it only activates on crit, and it didn't give me enough resource regen. So I had to give this up. I'm playing single stance. We're probably a minority. The single stance players are probably a minority. Somebody will come up with a dual stance that can take advantage of this guy. Somebody that loves Iron Fist is going to come up with something that does a lot more damage than what I do. I have not done Cyclops. Cyclops will be... I've got 59 characters to go through. There's 8 characters that I like less than Cyclops, but he's in my bottom my bottom 10%. So I apologize that Cyclops is not further up on my list. He may... I even thought about yesterday Cyclops, but I'm not a fan of the character I'm not a fan of the character outside of the game or inside of the game. And the only reason I took him to Red Prestige was because he's ranged. The only thing I like about Cyclops is he's a ranged character. So he's lower on my list. If you understand what I'm getting at. But my overall analogy of Iron Fist is, first, I don't believe this was intended. So, Iron Fist lovers, don't be surprised if you lose 13 to 14% damage reduction in a future patch. Please don't cry about it. Be forewarned. It's probably going to happen. And it won't be because of me. I'm not going to go onto the forums and say, hey, is this intended? Because I don't care. The one thing that I was going to go onto the forums and ask about is I don't need to anymore. I was able to answer my question. So I don't need to go and ask, is it intended that this guy moves you without a movement tag? And the reason I'm not going to go and ask that question is because the same reason for the other. I don't care. He's not a character I'm going to play. So, he's the best survivable character I've played thus far. Even more survivable than Spider-Girl with the Perseus on her. But I died a lot more on him because I got too complacent with his invulnerability. If that makes sense to you. I didn't move because I thought, hey, I've got 61% damage reduction and I've got an invulnerability. I played him too complacently because he has too much damage reduction. So I actually died more on my most survivable character. With Spider-Girl, I continuously moved. I never in my mind thought, I can stand here and take this. And she's got 59% damage reduction because of her Perseus. So she's only 2% damage reduction less than, but I built her for that. I built her as Cosmic Danger Room level. This guy, I built him to do as much damage as I can because he already was high damage reduction. But he still didn't get a lot of damage. So if you like melee characters and you want some survivability in Cosmics, play Iron Fist. But don't cry when you lose one day you log in after a patch and you have 14% less damage reduction. All they did was bring you back down to everybody else. All they did was bring you back to where you should have been to start with. So that's where I'll close with my midday break. I don't know who we'll work on next. I don't know that I'll come back and remove something from him because I want it. This is the best piece he's probably got right here. These may look weird to you because before the update, these weren't that great. But he needed more damage. And I gave him 369 to physical, 337 to both physical and mental, 479 to melee, 294 to physical, because his kit just did not give him any damage. So thank you guys for stopping by. I will take my midday break and be back in between 45 minutes and an hour. We'll choose a new guy to start working with. And yeah, I spent 3.5 hours on Iron Fist and only covered one stance. That was excessive, but that's the way I play him, one stance. So you're not going to learn a whole lot from Iron Fist if you went back and watched this on YouTube, except that he has probably got an unintended too much damage reduction. See you in 45 minutes to an hour. 15 minutes at the most. And I'll enjoy my midday break. You go and find somebody else for a while. So, see you then.